Good morning. Whoops, it's raining. Hold on a minute. There. I thought I'd talk to you a little bit this morning about, oh, by the way, this is a new computer and it does all kinds of things, so I have to be careful. I'm not the sharpest tack in the box when it comes to this new equipment. You're talking to a guy is speaking to you now that started driving a Model A car. I remember the first jet airplane and many first things. The Iceman delivering ice to an icebox, taking it off of a mule-drawn wagon. But I'd like to speak to you a little bit this morning about young people in particular.
Do we live in a computer simulation? Philosophers have been going on about this simulation hypothesis for decades. Physicists mostly rolled their eyes because it's too vague an idea to even sensibly talk about. But in the past year, there's been a noticeable shift in this debate. The simulation hypothesis is slowly becoming more scientific. I find this a very interesting development. Let's have a look. Before we get to the science news, I want to show you my new radioactive stone. Because this video was sponsored by Radiacode. They develop and sell the coolest radiation detector you can get your hands on, and yes, I do have a special offer. This stone is a type of apatite and it naturally contains a thorium isotope that's a gamma emitter. Don't worry, it's a very low dose, but it's noticeably above background level. The Radiacode doesn't just detect the radiation, it also lets you identify the isotopes. It comes with an app that you can install on your phone, and that way you can track all kinds of data with location tagging. The Radiacode is a high-quality gadget for nerds who want to know what's going on around them, so it's exactly the right thing for you. And of course, I have a special offer. If you use my custom link, you'll get 5% off, so go and check this out. And now, back to the science news. The interest in the simulation hypothesis is in no small part driven by computer games and now AI becoming increasingly better at, well, everything. It's particularly apparent if you look at the early world models like DeepMind's Genie, that's basically creating universes that can then be explored by other artificial intelligences. It's not a big step to imagine that we are a population of a world model run by some advanced civilization. Okay, so maybe everything around us is a simulation run by some advanced civilization on a giant computer, but what does that mean? We know that the laws of nature are mathematical. If you want to call that a simulation, we can all agree, and we can also agree that it's just a weird way to talk about differential equations. For the simulation hypothesis to be meaningful, we need to add details about what we mean by a computation and how that computation is happening. And that is where the recent paper by David Wolpert, a computer scientist, comes in. He looks at the simulation hypothesis, you'll love this, using the multiverse. His point is that, well, if we are being simulated, then this is like we are one universe being simulated by another universe, so that naturally makes it a multiverse question. He then asks what properties the laws of nature in each universe must have so that one universe can simulate the other. Loosely speaking, they need to fulfill some sort of compatibility properties. And as a kind of corollary, he also says it's possible for one universe to simulate itself if the laws of nature are sufficiently reducible so that basically you can compress the information you need for an entire universe. The author is a computer scientist, and he explicitly says in the paper he isn't going to look at just what physical laws might fulfill this property, but I think it's a good starting point. My issue with the simulation hypothesis has always been that you run into an issue with computational complexity, because the laws of nature in our universe are not scale invariant. For example, we think that the Planck scale is kind of a limit to structures. So if you took part of our universe to simulate a similar universe, it can't be the same. You either have to make the simulation smaller than the original or omit detail. And if you have simulations and simulations and simulations, eventually you run out of physical things to compute with. However, the situation is far less clear if you say, well, we don't know what the laws of nature in the the universe that might simulate ours are. Are there any laws of nature in the upper level that can simulate this? This is the question that the new paper now raises. I give the paper a 5 out of 10 on the bullshit meter. Fine for what the computer science is concerned, but rather empty for what the physics is concerned. I'm telling you about this anyway because I think that this formalism is promising, and who knows, maybe this is where a theory of everything will come from. Maybe we've been looking at it the wrong way when we've been asking what's going on at smaller structures. Maybe we should have been asking all the time what's going on in the embedding space, so to say, the universe in which a programmer may be running this simulation. But wait, you might say, wasn't there this group of physicists who recently proved that we can't live in a computer simulation using Gödel's incompleteness theorem and related mathematical theorems? Yes, I talked about this some months ago. Their point was basically that if the laws of nature are computable, then there should be bounds to the complexity of the observations we can make, and since our observations don't have such bounds, we can't be in a simulation. My take on this was, in a nutshell, that we've never in fact made an observation that conflicts with any such bounds, and then doesn't this kind of support the idea that everything is simulated? I've now seen that a comment appeared on the archive making a very similar point, arguing that the authors conflate maths with reality, and another preprint by a philosopher likewise saying it's a category error. I take this to mean that the simulation hypothesis is officially back from the dead, but it's still unclear what it does for a living. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing one of the biggest mysteries in science, the origin of life on planet Earth. And specifically some of the recent discoveries and some of the most recent research that tries to identify some of the earliest genes that existed on the planet and basically try to figure out how life might have started. Now, just so that we're clear, we still have no idea exactly how it happened, but because of these two recent studies we're going to be discussing today, researchers got just a little bit closer to understanding the process. But first, let's actually start with some of the things we already knew, and specifically let's start with LUCA. And that's because for decades researchers have been able to trace the history of life back to a single point biologists often refer to as LUCA, the last universal common ancestor. Basically some kind of a protocell or some kind of an early life that became so successful on the planet that it eventually evolved into bacteria and archaea that then obviously evolved into everything else. But there's always been a problem here, because in this case, LUCA, which very likely evolved approximately 4.2 billion years ago, or approximately 300 million years after Earth formed, was already an incredibly complex cellular organism. It already had a genome, it already built proteins, and it already had functioning membrane. And we know all of this based on the genetic analysis of a lot of bacterial and archaeal cells, which seem to share certain genes that must have come from LUCA. And so we know that this was a single-celled, prokaryote-like organism that used its own genetic material or its own DNA, and also very likely relied on the ATP for energy, and most likely lived in very enriched environments, such as near hydrothermal vents, in order to basically survive and in order to thrive. But since there are no actual fossils of LUCA, we don't really know much else. And that means that LUCA was not the first life, and instead was a very successful cell that eventually evolved everything else. And that means that we have no idea what the first life was like. And also because this was 4.2 billion years ago, the genes from this organism experienced what's known as horizontal gene transfer, or basically became shuffled in a lot of different organisms alive today. But even back in 2016, at least one study was able to identify 350 individual genes that most likely came from LUCA, essentially confirming that this was an anaerobic organism, not relying on oxygen, and was also able to fix its own CO2 for energy and to build its own proteins, and might have also been able to fix nitrogen to create ammonia. And moreover, it also contains certain proteins that seem to protect it from viruses, implying that viruses were already attacking cells and were already driving evolution. But this is still an extremely mysterious part of history, and there are still a lot of unanswered questions about the overall transition from the very simple cells to much more complex cells. Something that we didn't really know much about until some of these most recent studies. And that's because these studies now provide us with new tools to try to analyze LUCA and even analyze life before LUCA in order to understand what happened during those first few millions of years. And so basically in evolutionary biology, one of the biggest mysteries is of course this pre-LUCA era. The period before LUCA was evolved and the period that we know absolutely nothing about. And well, up until recently, it was practically impossible to analyze any of this, because once again there are no fossils, and even trying to analyze genetics was extremely challenging. But in this recent study, researchers found at least one intriguing technique that allows us to use this genetic fossil that's technically hidden inside our own DNA, and basically DNA of everything around us. And so in this new study from 2026, by researchers Aaron Goldman, Gregory Fournier, and Betul Kassar, researchers focus on something referred to as universal paralogs. And in biology, the term paralog refers to a bunch of related genes within a single genome. And normally they're produced as a result of duplication. And the best example here is actually hemoglobin, or specifically hemoglobin genes. Humans contain 8 of them, and all 8 of them are just copies or descendants of the original hemoglobin gene that appeared approximately 800 million years ago. And so here the formation of this protein containing iron that then allows the blood to transfer oxygen first appeared 800 million years ago, and then eventually evolved and copied itself with many different species containing different versions. And once again, humans contain 8 of them. These are essentially paralogs. But the point in this research was to actually try to identify some kind of a universal paralog. So basically not just hemoglobin that only applies to animals containing blood, but something that's even more universal that pretty much all life on the planet would contain. And so here they were looking for a family of genes that seem to exist in at least 2 copies in almost every living organism on the planet. And that's because by finding these universal paralogs, or these genes that were basically copied into every living organism, we would then be able to identify original genes that must have duplicated even before LUCA existed. And so these very rare genes effectively allow scientists to peer back in time and to try to see what life was like before LUCA was around, and very likely right after life became extremely common, or at least extremely successful. Naturally, because these genes never died out and remain with us ever since. And here researchers do discover something. They found that all known universal paralogs seem to involve just 2 separate tasks. First one is building proteins. Okay, that one is kind of obvious. You need proteins for life to exist. But the second one is a little bit more exciting. It involves moving molecules across cell membranes. And that of course suggests that both building proteins and moving stuff across cell membranes seem to be some of the first and some of the most successful biological functions to ever evolve. Or I guess technically you can even define this as life. Maybe that's actually what the definition of life should be. And that, by the way, connects to this other question we tried to discuss in a previous video you can find in the description, because even today it's not clear what exactly life is. But to make this even more interesting, researchers behind the study even performed an intriguing experiment. And specifically, they actually resurrected one of these ancient proteins from one of these pre-LUCA families, mostly focusing on the protein you see right here. And well, they discovered that even this ancient simplified protein was still able to attach to a lot of cell membranes and even interact with protein-making machinery, suggesting that this was indeed a universal protein that very likely exists longer than anything else. And this by itself is quite incredible because it definitively proves that cellularity, or the idea that the life seems to be contained inside a membrane, seems to have been established on Earth extremely early on, and was possibly the main reason life was so successful. Obviously because membranes in this case provide a lot of protection. And so it was probably the membranes that seemed to play the biggest role in allowing the life to become so successful. But this is just the first study and the first experiment, so we don't really know much else. But we do know something else from a separate study on RNA molecules. And this is based on a study led by Philip Holliger that was recently published in Science. And so basically here, even though the paralogs tell us a little bit more about how cells worked, it doesn't entirely tell us why cells existed or how the first genetic material even started to copy itself. And that's of course the other major problem. How did the genetic material evolve and where did it come from? And well, one of the most accepted propositions today is what's known as the RNA world hypothesis. The idea that before DNA and before proteins, most of life very likely relied on RNA in order to both store information and in order to create a lot of other stuff. But when it comes to this model or this hypothesis, there was actually at least one problem that was very difficult to resolve. All of the RNA molecules known to us that could actually polymerase, or that basically could copy other RNA molecules or produce proteins, were actually very large and very complex. And because they were so large and so complex, it was extremely unlikely that they would just appear out of nowhere in the primordial soup on the early Earth. So basically it was hard to explain how exactly did such a complex RNA even start. And so in this 2026 study, researchers decided to search through a massive library of different RNA sequences, actually involving 12 trillion different samples. That's trillion. That's a lot of samples. And in this massive library, they discovered a tiny molecule referred to as QT45. The RNA molecule you see right here, compared to a typical RNA that was only 45 nucleotides long and was exceptionally small for a typical molecular builder. As a matter of fact, it was at least 3 times smaller than a typical RNA. And because it was so much smaller, here it was extremely more likely to just spontaneously form just because they did not have as many units. But importantly, just like more complex RNA molecules, here it possessed very important functions. And so in this study, by mimicking conditions involving slushy, salty ice that might have existed on the early planet, researchers confirmed that this molecule can actually act as a polymerase and basically build additional strands of RNA that can then be used as a template to create brand new copies. And so basically it had what's known as synthetic self-synthesis. Although in this case, the optimal conditions involved slightly salty alkaline water and relatively cold temperatures. And that's actually a kind of a game changer, mostly because here we now have this very tiny molecule able to perform complex functions of replication without any complex machinery and without being massive, providing very important evidence for the RNA world hypothesis, and once again suggesting that life could have indeed started with these very tiny pieces of RNA, or basically suggesting that the life-starting molecules might have been very abundant and extremely common, and were just much smaller in size than we thought. And so in more biological terms, these functional polymerase ribosomes seem to be much more common and much simpler than biologists previously believed. And that was actually an important missing piece when it comes to the story of the origin of life. Okay, so why does this matter? Or I guess what's the actual conclusion? Well, by combining these two studies on the universal paralogs and the discovery of QT45, researchers are finally able to fill this 100 to 200 million year gap between the origin of the first habitable environments and the emergence of LUCA, something that was previously completely impossible. With these studies essentially providing almost direct evidence that life almost certainly did not just appear out of nowhere and did not start as a very complex cell, but instead began with these very simple tiny RNA replicators that eventually evolved the ability to build proteins and manage membranes, and then slowly started to create foundational systems that allowed LUCA to thrive. And more importantly, both of these studies also provide all of the necessary conditions to turn this into testable lab experiments. Something that can now be confirmed or disproven, and something that I'm sure we're going to be discussing more in some of the future videos. But for trying to find life somewhere else out there, or for astrobiology, this is also really important because here we have several confirmations that generally requirements for life seem to be kind of simple and can potentially be easily created in a lot of other conditions. And so for moons like Europa and Enceladus, and obviously for other planets out there, this is maybe good news. But until we actually go somewhere else and try to find life there, we're not going to know if this happened anywhere else. And so until future studies or until future discoveries, check out all of the links in the description. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
On July 26, 2024, Sergeant Donald Tharp of the Butler County Sheriff's Office overheard what he thought was a suspicious conversation in the bathroom at a convenience store in Wichita, Kansas. He then radioed ahead to have the vehicle he believed the parties were driving stopped for having a tag light out. When the vehicle was stopped, Ashley Sims was riding on one side of the back seat with another passenger in the front seat, and there was a zippered bag sitting on the other side of the back seat. After the front seat passenger admitted that he had some marijuana on him, and Sergeant Tharp observed marijuana in the pocket of the passenger door, the vehicle was searched, and officers found a glass pipe and methamphetamine in the zipped bag in the backseat of the vehicle. As a result of the stop and the subsequent search, Ms. Sims was charged with a felony count of possession of methamphetamine, a misdemeanor count of possession of drug paraphernalia, and a misdemeanor count of interference with law enforcement. On February 4th, 2026, a preliminary examination was held to determine whether probable cause existed for the felony possession charge to move forward. The hearing was held via Zoom in front of Judge Charles Hart, a district judge for the 13th Judicial District of Kansas, with Ms. Sims being represented by defense attorney James Watts and Butler County Assistant County Attorney Brett Sweeney prosecuting the case.
Does regularly come before the court this date for preliminary hearing. And Sergeant Tharp, if you'd raise your right hand, I'll administer an oath.
Sir, I want to direct your attention then to July 26, 2024 at approximately, it looks like 11:32 p.m.
Yes, I was there, and I believe that I was there pretty much simultaneously when he conducted the traffic stop.
Do you know what Miss Sims was initially pulled over for?
Miss Sims was a passenger in the vehicle.
Do you know what the vehicle was pulled over for?
A defective tag light.
Okay, thank you. And you kind of brought me to my next question. When the vehicle was stopped, who all was in the vehicle and where is everybody respectively located?
So there were 3 occupants in the vehicle. The first one, I believe, who was the driver, I believe his name was Kent Hoover. The front seat passenger, I believe, was Anthony Hoover, and then Miss Sims, who was sitting in the back seat, but behind the passenger side, if that makes sense.
Okay, so Miss Sims is the only individual in the back seat, correct?
Correct.
And that's kind of just like a bench seating, or?
Yes, it's a Chevy Silverado, so like crew cab or extended cab, so bench seat in the back.
Okay, gotcha. At some point, is there a determination that the investigation is going to extend beyond the traffic violations?
Yes.
How did that come to be?
So the front seat passenger had a active warrant through Wilson County, and as we were going through that, we also had gotten Miss Sims' information, but she had provided a different name at that point in time, and we was unable to get any returns or as far as like wants and warrants or any kind of return at all.
Okay.
And ultimately, as we was taking Anthony Hoover into custody, marijuana came into play. He admitted that he had some marijuana on him, and I had observed some in the pocket of the passenger door. And at that point, it became a drug law violation investigation. Both occupants, which was Miss Sims and Kent Hoover, were removed from the vehicle, and secured, and then the search of the vehicle was conducted.
Okay. And were you one of the individuals that searched the vehicle?
I was. On the bench seat towards the middle, just to, I believe it would be with the left of where the female was sitting, Miss Sims, I located a blue and color zip case. Inside the zip case, I found a glass pipe with burn marks and white residue, and a small baggie containing 2 large crystalline rocks, which I recognize from my training experience to be methamphetamine. I had also found a plastic bag that appeared to be utilized for trash. I opened the bag and found a small black and color zip bag. I opened this bag and found a baggie containing green botanical substance, which I recognized through my training experience to be marijuana. I also found a prescription pill bottle without a label. Inside that prescription pill bottle, I found 3 baggies that were tied, and each contained white crystalline substance, which I recognized through my training experience to be methamphetamine.
It sounds like it was in what, like a small zip case, a travel case or something like that?
Yes.
Would that case have been in plain sight to an individual that was sitting in the back seat, specifically where Miss Sims was sitting?
I don't recall specifically, but that would be my assumption, yes.
Okay. Well, it was sitting on the seat, correct? Not on the floorboard?
Correct. That's the way that I have it described in my narrative.
Okay. All right. Just checking. So I'm assuming then at this time that Miss Sims was taken into custody?
Yes, ultimately she was taken into custody.
Were you ever able to, how did you eventually find out her real name? I know you said initially she had given you an alternative name.
The driver, Kent Hoover, had actually provided a name and an approximate age. And at that point, I was able to find in our history a name and birthday that would match that. I ran it, and it ultimately came back to be Miss Sims.
Okay. And did she have any warrants on that name?
She had an active warrant through Wilson County as well.
Okay. So she was then, I'm assuming, arrested on the warrant and the drugs?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't think I have any further questions for Officer Tharp. Thank you. Mr. Watts may have some.
Deputy, I'm going to start at the beginning. This case starts, well, let's put it this way. You testified on direct that the vehicle was stopped because it had a tag light out. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's not fully correct, is it? That's not the entire story, is it?
As far as, what do you mean?
The vehicle wasn't stopped because it had a tag light out. The vehicle was stopped because you found it suspicious after a conversation in a bathroom at over in Wichita, and you called ahead to get the vehicle stopped because it had a tag light out. It wasn't the tag light was a means to an end. It was not the end in itself. Isn't that correct?
It's a legal justification for the stop. I can't just stop vehicles because of having a suspicion or feeling a certain way.
Exactly. So you have to find an excuse.
I have to find a legal way to stop the vehicle. Yes.
Exactly. You have to find an excuse. So the reason for the stop was because you found something suspicious. The tag light was just a way to get to that end. Correct?
Okay.
Correct?
Your Honor, objection. I think this has been already answered in multiple times by the officer.
Now,
Sustained.
Mr. Watts questioned Sergeant Tharp about his true motivations for the stop, arguing that the truck was stopped because of the allegedly suspicious conversation, and the tag light being out was just the quote-unquote legal justification. In other words, Mr. Watts was suggesting that the detention was a quote-unquote pretextual stop, where an officer uses a minor observed violation as a lawful basis to pull a driver over, while the officer's actual motivation for initiating the stop is to investigate unrelated suspected criminal activity. However, as we have discussed before on our companion channel, Audit the Audit, the Supreme Court concluded in the 1996 case of Wren v. United States that an officer's subjective reasoning for making a stop is not relevant to whether the detention complied with the Fourth Amendment. Under this precedent, courts cannot consider an officer's true motivations and can only decide the issue based on whether there were objective facts that would allow a reasonable officer to believe a traffic violation had occurred. Here, although the stop was clearly motivated by the conversation that Sergeant Tharp overheard in the bathroom, it was likely lawful because the vehicle's tag light was out.
let's go a step further beyond that. Who's the vehicle registered to?
I don't have that in my narrative. I don't know off the top of my head, sir.
Did you put it in your police report? Did you file a report, or is it just the narrative?
I didn't print off the case report. I just have my narrative with me, sir.
Okay. You did not note in your report at all who the vehicle was registered to?
No, I did not report that in my narrative.
Do you not think that's important?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. Now, let's speak to the back seat in particular.
Okay.
Ms. Sims is sitting in the back seat, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as I understand it, reading the reports and listening to testimony, this is a wide bench seat, basically a full across the back seat, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She is sitting where on that bench seat? Left side, right side?
The right side behind the passenger.
She's behind the passenger.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, the case goes beyond a traffic stop for a tag light when you proceed to get everybody's names in the vehicles, correct?
No, sir.
Is that right?
Can you rephrase your question? Because I guess I don't understand.
For a typical traffic stop, the person who's responsible for the vehicle is the driver, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's no obligation for other people in the vehicle to even provide their names, is there?
No, there's no legal obligation.
Okay. But you proceeded to collect everybody's names in the vehicle.
Yes, that happened, yes.
And that's, of course, because this wasn't really a traffic stop, correct?
It was a traffic stop.
Well, I know that's the reason, but that's not why you're there. You end up running once and once, and the passenger, Anthony, I think it's Anthony, had an outstanding warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it also turns out he has some marijuana, either it's on his person or right by him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which led to a full search of the vehicle, a PC search of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Ms. Sims is sitting in the back passenger seat. That would put her on the right side of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You wrote on your narrative. Do you have your narrative before you?
I do.
Okay. You wrote on your narrative on the back bench seat towards the middle, just to the right where the female was sitting.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
to the right where the female was sitting would be the passenger door, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
So it was to the left of where the female's sitting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not a big deal. You found
particles that exists in parallel to the familiar particles of the standard model, but are invisible to the standard model, invisible to us, and therefore could be the answer to the dark matter conundrum. And what is this portal? Well, it's the particle that the LHC was built to find in the first place, the Higgs boson. We've got a couple of quick announcements before we start. First, our eternal battle against the algorithm continues. The best way to encourage YouTube to share our videos is to like and comment. Doing both really makes a difference. And if you're new here, subscribe, hit the bell, and introduce yourself in the comments. We're friendly. Next up, we're excited to launch our Composition of the Universe nickel and enamel pin, now with a holofoil backing. If you want to flex your knowledge of dark energy, dark matter, and the terrifyingly small slice of ordinary matter that you and our world is made of, check out our first pin of 2026. And if you prefer your mornings fueled by dark energy, we've also got a brand new dark energy mug. Plus, our UV Glow Kerr rotating black hole hoodies and shirts are still available. Links in the description. Now, onto the episode. The Higgs boson was discovered with the Large Hadron Collider back in 2012. Physicists celebrated, a few collected their Nobel Prize, and they got back to work. They amped up the collider with the expectation of discovering the particles that would lead us to the next level of physics. For example, supersymmetric particles that would simultaneously explain the Higgs mass, give us candidates for a dark matter particle, and even bolster string theory. No such particles appeared. Okay, so maybe the undiscovered particles are just so massive that there wasn't enough energy yet to grant them that mass. E equals mc squared, so not enough E for the needed m. So we kept juicing up the collider and kept finding nothing. At this point, the LHC is near its maximum planned energy, 6.8 tera electron volts in the most recent run, and the design goal is 7 TeV, so it's unlikely that new particles will appear before it maxes out. disappointing? Maybe. But was it worth building the LHC just to produce the Higgs? Absolutely. Besides completing the Standard Model, it could well be that the Higgs boson itself is the key to the physics that lies beyond, and that physics may finally explain dark matter. Now, searchers for dark matter have typically focused on finding a dark matter particle, as though a single add-on to the Standard Model could solve the problem. One of the best such candidates was the sterile neutrino, which Fermilab recently put to bed as the simplest way out of the problem, as we recently discussed. Now, this might still work, but it's getting dodgy. Or it could be that one of those undiscovered high-mass particles, like those predicted by supersymmetry, are dark matter, but again, the LHC almost certainly won't find those. In general, the parameter space for dark matter as a single particle is getting worryingly narrow. But, just maybe, the problem is that dark matter isn't just a single particle. Maybe there's an entire family of particles that exists in parallel to the Standard Model that are all invisible to us. And by us, I mean us Standard Model creatures. How would that even work? In order to do the job of dark matter, the candidate particle needs to be very difficult or impossible to detect via interactions with the Standard Model forces, electromagnetism and the weak and strong nuclear forces. Their coupling to these forces needs to be weak or non-existent, leaving only gravity as the force linking those dark particles to the Standard Model. In order to be invisible to the Standard Model, dark matter cannot possess any of the Standard Model charges, so no electric charge, no color charge, no weak charge. We can imagine single particles like this, but we can also imagine an entire family of particles with no coupling to the Standard Model. Such a family is called a dark sector, and its stable particles would be good dark matter candidates. Now, just because a dark sector doesn't hold Standard Model charges, it may still have its own charges and its own internal interactions. It could even look a lot like the Standard Model. So maybe we'd have dark quarks, dark leptons, dark bosons that could interact to give dark protons, even dark atoms. Or its interactions might be very different to the Standard Model. Based on how dark matter appears to be distributed in our universe, our hypothetical dark sector probably isn't forming the same cool structures as the Standard Model matter. So there probably aren't any dark sector planets or dark sector aliens in the room with you right now. Probably. So what's the use of a dark sector? Well, its particles could be light enough to already be within the energy range of the LHC. Because they're dark, the LHC detectors won't spot them directly, but that doesn't mean we can't notice their influence. Let's look at what happens then when two protons collide in the LHC. You can think of protons as tight bundles of several quantum fields, like knots in which each thread has its own internal weave. Collisions momentarily loosen these knots. They can then retie themselves in different forms. But not just any forms. Parts of the knot are undone or retied only in pairs, and the weave of the threads, the symmetries of the fields, persist in the retying, in the final particles. That means that conservation laws must be obeyed, energy and momentum and various charges, and also internal symmetries must be respected. A dark sector's symmetries can look like those of the Standard Model, but they come from different gauge fields, different weaves to its threads, and that results in different types of charge that don't talk to the forces of the Standard Model. So obliterated protons don't produce the fabric needed to make such particles. Not directly, anyway, but there is a way. If some of the debris of the proton collision can settle down into the simplest possible field configuration in the Standard Model, one lacking the complex symmetries, then that particle could then go on to decay into dark sector particles. Now, the least knotted part of the quantum field weave can be retied into anything respecting its simpler symmetries. More technically, only uncharged standard model field configurations, so-called singlets, can couple to the dark sector quantum fields. We call these dark sector portals, and these field configurations are the only way to move energy between the standard model and the dark sector. There are very few such portals. Examples include photon-dark photon mixing, the hypothetical sterile neutrino and axion couplings, and the Higgs field interactions. The Higgs may be the most promising of this group. Knowing that the Higgs exists and knowing how to make it is certainly important, but the Higgs is arguably the cleanest dark sector portal. The Higgs field is a scalar field, the simplest possible quantum field. Besides being less knotted by complicated symmetries, scalar fields are also uniquely good at coupling with other fields. That's why the Higgs couples so widely to grant particles their masses. So the expectation is that the Higgs would also be great at coupling with other sectors, including dark ones. Okay, great. Big takeaway. The Higgs boson can transform into dark sector particles. I'll come back to how we actually detect these, but this is already exciting. Because although the LHC hasn't produced lots of new particle types, it can definitely make Higgs bosons. So then what's it going to take to peer through this Higgs portal into the dark sector? The first is to help the LHC do what it does best, but even better, to produce more Higgs bosons by increasing what we call the beam luminosity. That's just the number of collisions per second, which is very different to the amount of energy per collision. The collider is currently switched off and in upgrade mode. When it turns on again in 2030, the new high luminosity LHC will produce a factor of 10 more collisions per second, and over the following decade or so is expected to produce around 380 million Higgs bosons, 10 times more than all previous datasets. Producing a ridiculous number of Higgs bosons is a start, but it's not going to be enough to find dark matter. We also need to make another change. We need to stop throwing away all of the interesting data. In fact, we have probably already trashed a ton of evidence for the dark sector if it exists. But don't judge, we kinda had to. When you collide protons at 99.999999% the speed of light, a lot of stuff comes out. For the most part, combinations of the well-known standard model particles without even a Higgs in the mix. And with roughly 600 billion collisions per second, the many layered rings of detectors around that collision point are just strobing with activity, and it's mostly boring activity. Finding signs of interesting physics, like the decay of a Higgs boson, is like looking for a needle in a haystack. And that's actually possible to do, given enough time. But we don't have time. Assuming a modest 1 megabyte per collision, that means around a petabyte of data per second. It's impossible to store it all for later inspection. We need a way to quickly sort the data, discard the noise, and save the interesting stuff. So leaning into the needle in a haystack metaphor is like trying to find a single needle in every, 1,000 haystacks. When you have a haystack being thrown at your face every second, you can't collect all the haystacks. Instead, you have a split second to decide whether to just duck or keep that haystack for later. And the ones you duck are gone forever. So, LHC experiments achieve this haystack sorting with what's called a trigger. A given burst of detector flashes is correlated with each other in ways that may match interesting physics, like the particles that you get from a Higgs boson decay. Those data are then kept and everything else is thrown away. And all of this is done in a split second. But there's an unavoidable issue. How do you really know that you've encoded all the possible interesting physics into the way we set up those triggers? What if we set them all to catch the needles, but the haystacks also had diamonds? Okay, enough with the metaphors. Let's look at a concrete example of detecting a Higgs boson with LHC detectors. These detectors are constructed in layers. People like to say they're like an onion, but they're more cylindrical, so a leak? I mean, details matter. Each layer is optimized for gathering energy from different particles. The innermost layer detects how charged particles bend in a magnetic field. Then we have the electromagnetic calorimeter, which absorbs energy from electromagnetic interactions with particles like electrons and photons. Then the hadronic calorimeter, which catches anything built out of quarks and gluons. And finally, the outermost layer is a muon detector. Now, experimentally, muons are particularly clean and easy to identify at colliders. Their trajectories to the point of detection can be reconstructed, as can the mass and momentum of the particle that produced them. Combined with our triggers, this lets us really fine-tune our experiment to look for Higgs decays. And that's because the Higgs boson is so unstable that it doesn't move far from its creation point before falling apart. If we can reconstruct the trajectories of decay products, as we can with muons, we can find that they trace back to the proton collision location. And this sort of trajectory origin for decay particles is actually a standard cut that LHC experiments make in order to reduce the amount of data that needs to be sorted. Okay, now, let's actually add the dark sector to this picture. There are lots of ways to imagine a dark sector, but for the sake of this, let's just say that it arises from some sort of parallel standard model with dark quarks, dark leptons, dark photons, etc. All of these interact via non-standard model charges and so are invisible except via a few portals like the Higgs. If this sector actually exists, then some Higgs bosons created in the LHC should decay into dark sector particles. For example, they could decay into a dark quark, dark antiquark, or is it dark quark, anti-dark quark? Anyway, those quarks will then do the same thing as regular standard model quarks. They'll become hadrons and mesons within the dark sector, like dark protons, dark pions, etc. Some of these will be stable and they'll go off and join the rest of the dark matter in the universe. But other dark sector particles will be unstable and they could decay back into standard model particles via another dark portal. For example, they could decay into dark photons, which can then become regular photons and then finally turn into something like a muon-antimuon pair. Now, that sounds like a complicated scenario, and it is, but the complication is really the need for a portal both into and out of the dark sector. Besides that, this is just the standard stuff that happens after a particle collision, leading to detectable particles that indicate the Higgs as an origin. In our two examples of Higgs decay, we ended up with muons. In the first case, where the Higgs decays directly into the muons, the trajectories of the latter could be traced back to the proton collision point. In the second case, where an intermediate dark sector particle was produced, it's like the decay chain took a little sojourn through the upside down before popping back into the world. And that means the final muon will have trajectories that trace back to somewhere that's displaced from the proton collision point. Maybe you can see the problem here. If we are throwing away detections based on trajectory origin, then we're throwing away all of these cases with a dark sector intermediary. That sounds like bad news, but the good news is that it's conceptually straightforward to fix this. When the high luminosity LHC comes online in 2030, it'll do so with an update to the trigger algorithm. To start with, this would mean incorporating muons with displaced origins into the data scouting algorithm. Now, data scouting means recording minimal detail about events to build up a case for storing more detailed data. In the case of the displaced muons, if there appear to be a strong signal of these guys, we'll go ahead and record more detailed information for those muons originating off the collision point. Depending on the unknown properties of the hypothetical dark sector, significant evidence of displaced muons could come within a year of the high luminosity LHC switching back on. But it could also take several years if, say, the coupling is weak or the decay rates are inconvenient. Even then, more work has to be done to build up the argument that these displacements are due to dark sector intermediaries. Things like the mass distribution of the intermediary particles, their decay time scales, and various other things need to match plausible models. But if all of this comes together, we'll have a front-runner solution for the problem of dark matter, one of the most persistent conundrums in all of physics. And all we had to do was exactly what we were doing, just a bit smarter, watching the Higgs bosons pop, but now echoed through the dark sector and displaced through space-time. Thank you to Boot.dev for supporting PBS. Boot.dev knows that learning programming is challenging, but they believe you can learn to code by doing what you'll actually do at a job, building real projects. Boot.dev uses tactics from modern game design to help students build in Python, SQL, and Go. On Boot.dev, you'll be trained by a personal AI tutor named Boots, a wizard bear, who will guide you as you earn XP, unlock achievements, complete quests, and fight bosses that help you learn to code. You can use the training grounds, where you can grind infinite challenges before you forge ahead in your coursework. You'll also get access to the Boot.dev community, which has tons of real humans to help you if you ever get stuck. So, if you've ever wanted to learn to code, Boot.dev is here. Go to Boot.dev and use the code SPACETIME to get 25% off your entire first year on the annual plan.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and today we're going to
Crimson Desert. This game's coming out quite soon. Very soon. Here we go.
And now, a bloody battle unfolds between the
Chat, how long have you guys been watching? Let me know in the comments. Let's get straight off into this, dude.
All right, mommies, listen up, because Texas just raised the stakes on custody interference. So they now have a 3-strike rule, meaning 3 strikes of custody interference and you're out. Or I guess in this case, actually in state jail for a felony. So the first offense, misdemeanor, $500 fine. Second offense, you are on very thin ice. The third offense, it is now punishable for up to 2 years behind bars.
Good. It's about time we change some of these laws where these women can't manipulate men and hold the children hostage and leverage them. It's about time.
Okay, the twist is that this isn't just about criminal court. This is not just about charges in a criminal proceeding. Family courts can also use these violations, okay, to flip custody to the other parent or award the cutoff parent double makeup time, attorney's fees, all the things that you would typically see in an enforcement of possession and access. But they are cracking down, okay? Some say this finally gives dads real protection when they've been shut out of the kids' lives, okay? And others say it punishes moms who are just trying to keep their kids safe. But
you're a liar!
But if you ask me, I think that most moms who are withholding for safety reasons are not the first ones to have the money to hire an attorney and file a modification and let the judge know what's going on if CPS has already ruled out the allegations. Okay, so this is a very real scenario. I'm not saying it's every scenario where a mom or a parent is withholding the child from the other parent, but I think that this law could definitely hit the most vulnerable the hardest if they find themselves in those cases, right? Also important, only custody interference charges that happened after September 1st, 2025 will count towards the 3 strikes. So they're basically giving people a clean slate, okay? So what do you think about this? Do you think that it's
I mean, I think it's a good thing. I think women should be punished if they're going to hold the kids hostage and use them as leverage. So here's my whole thing on this, though. It's so speculative when people are like, well, the dads are just, so, it's just so mean of them, and the guys are abusive. Here's the thing, dude. 71% of all high school dropouts come from fatherless homes. 85% of all children who show behavioral disorders come from fatherless homes. 75% of adolescent patients in chemical abuse centers come from fatherless homes. The problem is the single moms. Not that the dads want to be in their life. The problems are the fact that these women keep their kids away from the dads. That's the problem. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Too many women right now use the kids as leverage and punish the dads by keeping the kids. That's a problem in itself. Right there is a problem. We see it too much. We see it all the time. We see where these single moms spit the narrative that your dad's a piece of crap. That's what I was told. I was raised by a single mom, and my mom always told me my dad was a piece of crap. Now, I did find out later on that he actually was. My dad was a druggie. Drug of choice, meth, cocaine, the things that really amp you up. Methamphetamines is really the amphetamines he really loved. He was just, he loved those. So let me know if you were raised by a single mom or a 2-parent household. But my dad loved drugs. Started out with weed. My dad told me when I was 6 years old that he sold pot, and I thought he was talking about pots and pans. I had no idea what he was talking about, dude. I had no idea. But too many women will spit this narrative to their kids that their dad was a piece of crap, and a lot of times he wasn't. So many women will lie just to make the dad look bad and to pit the children against him too, because maybe the woman doesn't like the man and now they want the children to not like him as well, which is BS in my opinion. Breaking news. New congressional law passed drastically changes child support for February 10th, 2026.
So everybody pay attention, because there is a new law that actually passed through Congress, and you probably haven't heard about it. So this law is designed to do two major changes. Now, a couple pieces of it got shot down by Congress, but there's two major changes. So what they're doing is called a pass-through law, which basically means if she is on some sort of welfare or something like that, the state would hold on to the money for a set period of time, allowing them to invest it. Because right now, being on the welfare and things actually costs the states more than the money is bringing in. And so they want to do this to encourage women to get off of these support programs.
Good luck.
Because child support doesn't bring in enough money if they're using these support programs, and then eventually pass it through to the parent. And if the parent ever comes off of these welfare programs, they get direct 100% income, and the state doesn't take anything out anymore.
All right, mommies, listen
Wow.
up. Because
Okay,
Texas
that's interesting. No, I think that's really smart though. Putting the money. One sec, I gotta bring this light down a little bit. Putting the money in an investment account is actually really smart though. In my opinion, I think putting the money in an investment account. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. I think putting the money in an investment account is a really, really good idea, I'll be honest with you. And if you want to make some extra cash, go to Free Cash, buddy. Hit this QR code right here, or you can go right here. Words, Levi. Stupid. You can go check out their Trustpilot reviews. Somebody just posted 14 hours ago. The merge game is really fun and relaxing. I like how you can combine items to create new ones and slowly build your progress. Rosa, a day ago, it's a legit site for earning money online. I've already made a profit of around $150 already. So you can scan this QR code. Some of you guys, I told you guys it was on iPhone, but some of you guys have told me it's on Android as well. So if you have an Android, if you have an iPhone, scan that QR code. The link's in the description. You can just earn free money. Some of the guys in the comments and some guys on Discord have reached out to me thanking me, just being like, Levi, thank you. Now I have some extra money. I got some beer money. You got some money to take a girl out or go on one of these dates with these modern women. Good luck with that. So if you need some extra cash, there you go, brother.
Let's piss some people off.
Okay.
So I have seen this over and over and over again, and I'm really kind of sick of it. You know, especially working a bar for 22 years. You know?
Goodness gracious.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
As soon as a woman says she's been working in a bar for 22 years. Okay, let's go.
A lot of men, and I'm not saying all men because that's just ridiculous and it's rude. I have known some stand-up fathers, men. I've known a lot of them, and good people. But I've also noticed that a lot of men will have girlfriends that have children, and they feel that the father of said children should absolutely be paying child support. Absolutely. But when it comes to the mother of that man's children, child, whatever, they shouldn't be getting child support because they're just a bunch of money-hungry whores and they're just gonna take my money and spend it on whatever and blah, blah, blah.
Or like I say, money-hungry hip hoes.
What is that exactly? I mean, Lord forbid that in this economy that a decent mom might actually need some help, that she's not going and paying bar tabs or blowing the money on things that are not actually important, but is completely using that money for the children.
Here's my whole thing, though. Here's my whole thing. If we do 50-50 custody, there's no need for child support. You know what I'm saying? Let's just start doing 50-50 custody. Kentucky did it. They passed a law where as soon as you divorce, it's 50-50 custody. That way nobody has to pay child support, which is, I think, what they should do. Let's get away, in chat, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Let's get away from having to do child support, because most of the time, I'll be honest, I've known a lot of women that are on child support. They never spend the money just on the kid. You know what they're doing? Buying new shoes. You know what they're doing? Going out. They got this new car, and maybe they got some food, but they're eating it too. You know, they're not just buying. Like, when I think child support, I'm thinking all this money goes to this kid. So there's twofold this can go to. The bare necessities that the kid needs: food, water, shelter, right? So it goes, a portion of it should go to the rent. But then also it should go, in my opinion, it should go into an investment account. There's no reason that any kid who's 9 years old needs $1,200 a month to survive. It's not a thing, dude. I was living well under that as a 9-year-old. 9-year-olds don't need $1,200 a month. They don't read like 20% of a man's income. Let's say $1,000 a month. Say making $4,000 a month. Oh, that's 25%. Let's just make it round number, right? $1,000 a month. Does a 9-year-old really need $1,000 a month? No.
How about no?
Doesn't need $1,000 a month. Bare necessities, food, water, shelter, and then also an investment account is what I think they should do. I think they should break down that 20%, and put a 1 in the chat if you agree. I think they should break down that 20% and put 20% of that 20% into the kids. Like, all right, what does he need? Food, clothes, blah, blah, blah. Maybe it's $200 of that. And the rest of it should go into an investment account that gains some interest. So that way, by the time they're 18, they have a little bit of money. They can go to college. They can go to a trade school. They can buy a home. They can buy a car. They can have some money. But most of the time, that child support just hits one of the parents. And then by the time they're 18, they have nothing to show for it. It's sad. It truly is. But that's how it is right now.
Seeing a lot of men cover that new child support Trump shit about how if you put your baby dad on child support, that you can't claim your child under taxes, only the father can. And a lot of men is like, oh, that's right, because if you're taking care of your child for the whole year, why she get to claim the baby on taxes? Bitch, news flash. A lot of you motherfuckers that's in them comments and acting like y'all father of the year, how many thousands y'all behind? What woman you know, and I'm talking about a woman in her right mind, has a baby dad that helps with them kids, co-parents well, cause no problems, and they running down to the law for some help? What the fuck do she need help with? Being nice, bitch? Y'all so happy, but you gotta understand you're going to have to cash out in order to cash in. So, bitch, if you're doing what you're supposed to do and meeting me halfway, I wouldn't give a fuck about no income, like claiming no child, and I'm just being all the way real. I've been paying business taxes for the past 4-5 years any goddamn way. I wasn't getting much back. Do your part, though. Don't make it so hard on me, though. Who gives a fuck? Not me. Because I guarantee you, a good man ain't on child support, baby. He just not. And if he is, he don't know how to work the system and prove that he do his part. Because, bitch, they not going to put you on child support for just anything. But,
I don't know about all that. I think they'll put they'll put men on child support if women just press it hard enough. You know what I mean? These women will use that as a piece of leverage all the time.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I have probably the biggest news that you've probably heard yet to date. So, Miss Missive is running for office, and not only is she running for office, she has drafted a legislation to be signed by the populace to end alimony and child support.
Thank God.
All she needs
Dude, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Alimony should have been ended, bro. Who did that? Santos in Florida? We should end that. All alimony is grown-up child support. You know what the women should do? Go ahead and get a job, Dad. Well, how are the women supposed to... What are they supposed to do? Do what the men do and get a job. Get a job. Fill out that application, baby. Show up at your 9 to 5. That's what guys got to do. Guys don't get to make an excuse. Well, I don't make any money. What am I supposed to do?
That's what you redeemed?
Get a job.
200,000 channel points for this.
Sup, master. These LP changes, you clowns.
We're back for the second dev update of 2026. To kick things off, we wanted to talk a little about how some of the gameplay changes from January have landed. Game pacing has been a frequent topic we've seen that has some pretty polarized opinions. By design, pacing has been a frequent topic we've seen that has some pretty polarized opinions. By design, there is a bit less downtime in the game. Overall game durations, though, are about the same as last year, due in part to some reductions in how much early leads can be snowballed.
Phalites have been doing a good job of setting up safer side lanes for effective split pushing, which has improved top lane agency. But we're still not sure about other aspects, like how much it lights up the jungle, so we made some initial adjustments in 26.3. That said, it has given us some tuning levers to enable balance of split pushing versus objectives at various points in the game. So we're going to be keeping an eye on them moving forward.
And as for role quests, we've seen a clear consensus that they add some depth and additional fantasy to each role. Additionally, we've seen more satisfaction in roles that historically have kind of struggled at turning winning lanes into winning games, like ADC and top in particular. Moving forwards, we're going to be keeping an eye on those roles, as we're seeing quite a bit of later game power coming from them right now.
We've also been keeping an eye on the items that made a comeback at the start of the season. We're seeing high adoption rate from the champions who historically built these items, like Gunblade on Akali or Stormrazor on Aphelios and Jhin. We're happy to see them hit the mark so far with their core players. If there are any items you'd like to see return, please let us know. We might bring a couple more back at some point.
Except DFG. We're not doing DFG.
Oh no, I've been thinking about DFG. How about Sword of a Cult?
Moving on to ranked, we wanted to talk about some of the under-the-hood changes we made this year and how those have panned out. We've seen more of you start and stay consistent with your climbs than in previous seasons. Average time to get into game is down substantially, about 30% on average, which is great to see.
Beautiful.
With lobby dodges dropping from 19% of lobbies to just 4%.
Beautiful.
A major contributor.
That's
on the MMR distribution side of things, we made some adjustments to address a range of cases where the ranked system wasn't doing a good job of identifying and distinguishing between different skill levels. For example, we've historically had an outsized population in Iron, around 14% of players globally, consisting of mostly seasoned veterans, and we want Iron to be a place for truly new players rather than
If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
a home for people long term.
I'm sorry. If Iron's a place for people long term,
for people long term. Players rather than
If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
a home for people long term.
I'm sorry. If Iron's a place for people long term, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nobody's accidentally getting stuck in Iron. Gotta word this carefully. Nobody's accidentally getting stuck in Iron. If they're in Iron and they play 1,000 games, bro, at this point, are they on assisted living? Never mind. I'm just saying, they belong. Iron 4? Are you kidding me? Some of the things people do in Iron 4 is, dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So, we chose to adjust the MMR to rank correlation to get more experienced players out of Iron and keep Iron a true home for new players.
Okay, so they're pretty much saying that Iron should only be for brand new players. So I wonder if they're gonna artificially boost you out if you play a certain amount of games. Maybe.
Now, even that adjustment might still not be enough to really distinguish between different skill levels, and we might someday even need an entirely new rank below Iron. We also identified...
Bro, what is going on? Dude, what the fuck are they saying? Dude, aren't Iron 4 accounts, like, super rare? Bro, imagine them adding a lower rank than Iron and how the players would feel getting to that rank. Can you imagine dropping from Iron 40 to, like, fucking Wood 7? Bro, are they going to send him a hotline number 2? Hey... Like, congrats! You've demoted to Wood 4. Call 1-800. Like, bro, come on.
Actually, similar issues towards the top of the ladder. The skill differential between a player in Diamond 4 and Diamond 1 was roughly the equivalent of the difference between, say, Bronze 4 and High Silver. We don't want too large a difference in how people understand the game between the top and bottom of each rank, so we concluded that we needed to spread that player base over a wider range of ranks. That meant widening the MMR range for Master, which makes the LP requirement for Grandmaster and Challenger higher, even though there's the same number of players in each of those tier. Now, this also means that players who were historically towing the line of Diamond 1 and Master have likely been moved into Master this season.
A potential follow-up is that we might now also need additional tiers or divisions at the Apex tiers, given just how substantial the difference between a 0 LP Masters player and a 900 LP Masters player is. We see these sorts of changes to rank distributions as a natural part of League being a long-lived game.
So they're okay
when we first
with
built
the LP gains? Or not the LP gains, the LP number of Master to being like, you need like 1,000 LP to get Grandmaster. But they're thinking about just adding a number or a division in the middle.
The ranked system in 2010, we saw a much smaller gap in everyone across all ranks. As players have gotten significantly better at League, we've made adjustment to the system over the years to better reflect the ever more varied range of skill levels, and we'll want to continue to do that moving forwards where we need to.
So they're gonna add
Overall, the redistribution this year is looking generally healthy so far. We fixed a few early issues, including a bug that allowed some people to move through Apex ranks faster than intended, and another issue where in some cases high-ranked duos were being treated a bit too favorably. Coming up next, possibly even live around the time this video goes out, we have some further improvements to how we reliably match autofilled players against other autofilled players in the same role, plus some additional improvements to secondary role parity across the teams. Now though, we're going to hand things over to a familiar face, and a new one, to talk a bit about Shyvana.
Kodak, say that territory.
Hello, current and future Shyvana mains. I'm Ed, the product manager on Shyvana's update.
Good to see you, Ed. I'm still Pabro, and we're here to talk to you about Shyvana and how we approached her update, which is coming next patch.
When we announce a champion update, it can be both a super exciting moment for mains, but it can also cause a little apprehension. Sometimes we've taken bigger swings that didn't really resonate with those mains, and when we started on Shyvana, we really wanted to hit with those of you who love her. So throughout the process, we brought a wide variety of her mains out to our office in LA to give us feedback on her gameplay, her art, and everything in between.
Shyvana's Q was something that her mains really wanted to preserve. Before her update, it was one of her main ways to stack Fury, and its double hit is a great way to clear wards quickly. In her updated design, it will still provide an attack reset, and it now has recasts that quicken when attacking, so she can still clear wards and apply on-hit effects with ease.
Additionally, it applies AoE damage for healthy clears, which is another part of her kit that we really wanted to carry over based on feedback. Another area that we wanted to not only carry over, but improve based on that feedback was her passive.
During the playtest, we had her passive grant bonus armor and magic resist based off the number of large minions and monsters Shyvana kills, rather than just dragons. That was something everyone liked, but they wanted to see it applied to more parts of her kit, so now it also amps her W shield and grants more health in dragon form.
Beyond specifics of her gameplay though, something we heard from a lot of her mains, fan artists, and other creators is that they really wanted her to feel like an epic dragon. And so we did.
Shyvana's dragon form will actually be a dragon now, and when she attacks in dragon form, not only will her abilities change, but she will use her wings and her claws and her fangs to fight her enemies. Nice. And finally, Shyvana's dragon form and her dragon form ability size now increase with the rank of her ultimate.
We still want Shyvana to find success, whether building as an AD or AP
Doesn't Cho'Gath have that? For his W and Q.
bruiser. That said, we know a few of you really love to play magic artillery mage Shyvana, so we made sure to keep that playstyle intact, just not as our most optimal build path. We can't wait for all of you to get a chance to play Shyvana when she hits the Rift in patch 26.6.
Let's talk about her skins. All of Shyvana's skins will be available, including her vaulted skin.
With us.
Shifting gears a bit, we wanted to give you an update on ARAM Mayhem.
No, skip that.
Is what you think. And finally, we want to address some common questions from the internet. So you ready, Andre?
Always.
Okay. When is WASD coming to ranked?
WASD will come to ranked when it is ready. We don't have an exact timeline yet. We want to make sure we've got a few more features in, addressed a couple of outstanding treeline back.
Not working on this right now, but I'll be real, we'd like to someday. Unfortunately, it's not as easy as just flipping on a switch, as some things need to be entirely rebuilt in the League engine nowadays, but it is something we are excited and nostalgic for, so maybe. Where is True Skill 2?
So we kind of may have counted our chickens before they hatched on True Skill 2. We're still
True Skill was the thing that gives you more LP based on your in-game performance.
Evaluating whether or not it's the right tool for League. In some respects, it's performing really well. In other respects, we might be better served by making further improvements to our existing custom matchmaking system. We'll keep you posted. Why don't we add more bans to League?
We don't think League is better if everyone's favorite champion is banned, because realistically, the most popular champions tend to be the ones who are banned the most. Banning is about giving everyone a chance to exclude whatever they least want to play against, or with in some cases. Bullshit? So
you get one bullet.
There you
Use
go.
It wisely.
What is that PR bullshit? You didn't even address the elephant. Bro, the new characters are completely game-breaking broken, and 95% of the reworks that you make are completely broken. So they recycle, or when they're released, they replace an old band that's still broken, but not as broken. So when you ban that new champ, they just pick your previous band. It makes people fucking miserable. Plus, statistically speaking, if you're going to add more champions, the bans would also increase, because there's more things to ban and more things that could possibly work. I don't understand this. I'm not saying everybody should get 2 bans, but I think a unique ban system should be added, so you just can't ban the same characters on both teams. So there's at least 10 net bans. a game, at least. Or if you want to give one person 2 bands, randomize it, like anything like that.
Is there a new champion coming for Season 1?
No, we're not going to be doing a new champion in Season 1 of this year. We're focusing instead right now on the large update to League, the one we'll talk more about after MSI. We will, however, have a new champion coming out in Season 2, who relates to the thematics of both Season 1
that's good.
and Season 2. Paul, are we going to kill more champions in the lore? Who dies next?
The answer is maybe. I don't know. It could be potentially who I'm losing my next ranked game to. I don't know. But seriously though, we think there is some tension and a lot of value and immersion to the experience when we do that, but we don't want to kill champions lightly. Some champions are dead, some are gone and not coming back, and some may return in the future. So the answer is and always will be maybe. Are you making more improvements to inting, griefing, or bots?
Yes, we are. We've always got ongoing work going on in the space. We think it's one of the most important things to make League a better experience. And we've got a large ban wave coming up to about 1 million botted or illegally transferred accounts that have been played in the past year.
Oh shit!
We'll let you know more as time goes on.
Uh-oh! Bot account sweating! Wait, they have a big 1 million plus bot wave coming? Is that what you just said?
Accounts that have been... And we've got a large ban wave coming up to about 1 million botted or...
Oh, they have a 1 million bot wave ban coming up.
Illegally transferred accounts that have been played in the past year.
Uh-oh.
We'll let you know more as time goes on. Will this year have a year-long narrative?
Every year is going to be different. There will be some connection between Seasons 1 and 2 this year, but not so much as last year. Season 3 will be more standalone, and you're going to see why it's going to make sense later in the year.
Okay.
Okay, Paul, and a critical question for you. Can Shyvana lay eggs?
I don't know, and I don't think we're doing this, so let's move on. Thank you very much.
Okay, that just killed it. No more questions.
All right.
Probably not going to do this segment again. It's always Shyvana eggs. That pretty much wraps up everything for us today. Thanks so much for watching, and please make sure to tune in for First Stand when games start on March 16th.
Wait. I got one more thing, Andre. I got one more thing. I want to take us all down memory lane.
Okay, or you, Paul?
Okay, thank you. I want to take a moment to turn the camera on you, players. You. Some of you may have remembered when we used to have a little show called Summoner Showcase.
I remember that.
Most not
The girl with, like, the red
but
hair
we
or
do
whatever?
want to use our dev updates as a way
Forget
to
her name.
highlight some of the cool stuff that you are all doing in the
Black or
community.
red hair?
Whether it's things you were making, cosplays, cool plays in game, or embarrassing ones, a little something League going in your life. So we want you to send us your greatest hits, and we're going to try our best to include them moving forward. So until then, here are a few things that caught our attention.
For now, though, thanks so much for watching. Let us know what you think of today's updates, and we'll see you on the Rift.
Bye.
Peace. There's no LP problem. I think I saw something on Twitter. I think Riot Froxaron tweeted something. Tweeted, Astro Plus LP games, this is a problem, it's a bit hairy. But we've gotten to the bottom of it and know what the causes are and how to fix it. We hope to have a solve here soon that we can deploy as early as 26.5, but no promises. But this is our current target we're tracking towards. Nothing coming anytime soon. Oh, no bot games, please. I hate the Shaco Top shit. Pink word? Yeah, that's nice, bro. It's still Shaco Top. Our mid-play AD.
Dude, it's not that difficult. It's not rocket surgery, okay?
To sign it. What this means is child support and alimony are most likely going to be coming to an end.
Good.
And we're not talking on a state level. We're talking on a congressional, U.S.-wide level.
Good.
So, and mind you, she, the woman, has understood and seen the facts and has decided that this is a serious, serious, serious problem. And the best way to fix the problem is to end child support laws and end alimony.
Yes.
So the alimony, everyone is 100% behind, pretty much, except for the ladies who are being paid alimony.
Yeah, because some women are getting lifetime alimony. Imagine divorcing someone and getting a check for the rest of your life. As long as they're living, you're getting a check for the rest of your life. That's crazy work.
There is no logical reason for me to continue to pay for your...
It's not child support, it's adult support. That's what it's called. That's what they should call alimony. Don't call it alimony, call it adult support.
Lifestyle after you decide to leave to go hang out with Chad and Tyrone.
Well, that's the whole brutal thing about it, right? A woman can choose to divorce her husband, and then when she chooses to divorce her husband, he can be on lifetime alimony. It's crazy work. It makes no sense. It's like, wait, you chose to leave, but now I have to bear the consequences of your choice? It's like, what is going... This makes no sense.
I know I'm about to make some people mad with this, but it needs to be talked about anyway. Child support is one of the biggest scams in this country.
Preach it. Preach it.
When we calculate child support, the only things that we are calculating are things that are tangible. We're calculating rent, mortgage payments. We're calculating, food, clothing. We're calculating things that.
So does this mean
I guess the clip got cut.
Parents will now split custody 50-50 and support the child 50-50? If so, I'm okay with it. Yes, actually, that is the literal thing men have been fighting for.
Yep.
That's the desired outcome. And the reason why all these laws are changing, it is near impossible for men to get anything close to like 70-30, never mind 50-50.
Well, Kentucky, what they did is they passed this 50-50 child custody. Nobody gets child support, and divorce rates dropped by 25%. 25%. They dropped drastically. Think if they did this on a nationwide level. Nationwide is on your side. Think about that. Divorce rates would plummet. Women would stop because it doesn't incentivize women to divorce their husbands anymore. You got to always remember that when a woman marries a man, she always has a silver bullet in that chamber. Silver bullet. I can have a kid with him. And if I get unhappy, I can divorce him. Take half of his stuff off rip if he doesn't have a prenup. And then leverage the child and get a check from him until this kid's 18. It's crazy work. You got to think, you give somebody that amount of power, especially a woman, it's hard not to take advantage of it. Even as men, if we had that power, I bet there'd be more men that took advantage of it. Why do women get so mad about child support?
So my question is, why do women get so mad when it comes to questions about child support? Like, let's be honest. Anytime there's a question of a man asking why doesn't his kids have this or have that, why do women feel so attacked? Explain that one to me.
I mean, he's got a good point. He's got a really good point here.
All right, so allegedly, Anthony Edwards just paid this woman, his baby mama, 18 years of child support up front to avoid...
Oh, yeah, I heard about this. Anthony Edwards, call him Ant. He's an NBA player. He paid I think $1 million or something like that. He paid 18 years of child support up front.
Dealing with her and all her drama. Drama means every single time she gets angry, she'll go file for an increase in support. Every time he gets a new business deal, she's going to go file for an increase in support. Once he has a new woman, she's going to go file for an increase in support. Once he has a baby with that new woman, she's going to go file for an increase in support. If he ever wants 50-50 custody, she will fight tooth and nail because that will be going against her check, her only source of income. So he decided with his little crystal ball that he would avoid all the BS and set an example for all young men on how to remedy this situation. If she threatens you before your baby even takes his first breath, go see a lawyer and have them tell you how much money you'll be paying every single month based off of your income for child support. Then go get yourself a loan and have that same lawyer represent you in family court so you can pay 18 years up front and save yourself the drama, mental anguish, stress, threats, the thoughts of unaliving yourself.
I mean, in theory, it sounds good, but I don't think getting a loan for $400,000 or whatever it would be is a great idea. You know, because it does make sense in theory, but like, good Lord, that's not a lot of men have $1 million or can take out a loan for $1 million. You know what I mean? Women declining child support.
Complain in my comments about paying child support, but you know what they do say? I'm independent and I decided that I didn't want child support, so I declined it, which actually isn't your decision to make. If you are independent and don't need the support from your ex, fucking great. Bravo. Whether you're a male or a female, good for you. I'm glad that you can pay your bills without the help of anybody, just you. But this decision actually isn't yours to make. So what I would suggest doing is taking the child support, because it's your kids' child support that is legally their right, and moving it into a bank account, maybe a high interest savings, and collecting it and keeping it in there, and invest it, do whatever you want to do with it, put it into an RESP, or keep it so that they can do whatever they want to do with it when they get out and move out on their own. Maybe this could be a good down payment for them for their first condo or their first house, or they could go traveling with it or do whatever the fuck they want to do with it. But it is nobody's choice to decline the child support. Period. It's just not your decision to make. And the child support guidelines, the federal child support guidelines, are set up in a way to not make parents go broke. They're set up in a way to be fair and based on their income and how much they're earning. And it just blows my mind that people think that, oh, I don't want to make him broke. Well, maybe he shouldn't be driving that lifted fucking truck then. The lifted long box, extended cab, I don't even know what the terms are. But what I do know is it's a shitload on gas.
It is.
And then you're like, oh, I don't want to make them broke. No, dude, like people can afford what they're going to afford. This is what, I have something else to say about that. You choose what you're spending your money on, okay? Whether you have $1,000 or $10,000, you'll make it work. Pay.
I mean, she's spitting some facts here. It's like what you do with a lot is what you do with a little. So, like, Caleb Hammer's shows really expose this. All these liberal left-leaning people talking about, like, it's the patriarchy and I just can't get by and nothing just works for me. It's like, then you look at their spending habits and they're spending $2,000 a month on freaking Labubus. Yeah, that's why you're broke, dude. But women's ego block them from receiving this money. They think, I'm an independent girl boss babe. I don't need no man. So they girl boss so hard that they don't do it for the benefit of the kid because women have such egos. That's the problem. But I agree with her. Take the money, put it into a high interest savings account, invest in index funds, Roth IRAs, whatever it may be. 100% do that. 100% do that. I think that's a fantastic decision. But once again, women's egos get in the way and they're like, I'm not going to do that because I ain't dependent on no man. It's like, are you kidding me? This is the world we live in, where you think that doing something for your kid is you not being a girl boss. But, women do this stuff all the time. It's sad.
Tell all the baby moms that are always complaining about their deadbeat baby dads that them relying on social services like their child support payment also makes them a deadbeat. There's so many women on this app that are crying about the amount of child support they get or that they don't get it at all. But why is it that you can't afford life without said child support? And if you can't afford life without child support, then give them to the father. There's so many women that are so hell-bent on the number that they're getting monthly that they don't even worry about the quality time that they're getting with their own kids on their parenting time. To the point where when the first of the month comes, it's like, where's my money? So who's the real deadbeat? If you're a woman constantly with your hand out talking about, oh, the kids need this, the kids need that, oh, it's this much for that, who is the real deadbeat? You're solely reliant on somebody else paying your way. But yet, y'all aren't ready for that conversation. But yet, y'all aren't ready for that conversation. But yet, y'all aren't ready.
Just repeat it for the ones in the back. I love it. Yeah, let's normalize calling women deadbeats. I love that. Let's start doing that more. Because there's a lot of deadbeat moms out there. There's so many deadbeat moms out there. All right, let's get off into some Twitter clips. Oh, if you guys want to give me a call, you can call me Monday through Friday, 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. I had a great conversation yesterday. I don't tell names, just because I want to keep people's privacy if they don't want to be, talked about or whatever. But this guy was like, "Hey, mention me," and I was like, "Okay, cool. If it comes up, I will." But he was a construction accountant and knew a lot about construction accounting, and he basically wanted to start his own business where he does consulting and stuff like that. So we sat there, maybe had like a 30-minute conversation. It was a great conversation. But this guy's like 49, I think he said. He was retired already, done really well for himself. And we just talked about social media and how you can grow your business. So if you have questions about social media, call me. If you got questions about life advice, relationship advice, you got questions about dogs, you know what I mean? Give me a ring. Let's get off into this clip.
Why is it easier for women
Sorry, that's really loud. Oh, this looks like an older clip of him.
to get laid more than guys?
Women have been through more in their life.
Oh, stop it.
You're a liar!
So much privilege you're exuding.
And they are, you know what? If they want to do it, they want to do it. And it is what it is.
That's why.
Well, women sleep with who they want, men sleep with who they can. Boo boo. Shibit and I should have bought a Honda, put it on a t-shirt.
It's easier for women to get laid more than men?
Cut that, cut that.
Boy, she's drunker than Cooter Brown. How many of you had?
I think that women have been through more. They've been through a lot. And I think women, honestly, are more hurt by guys whenever, like, let's say there's a breakup. Does that make sense?
Dude, she's so drunk. The thing is, this hurt that you're talking about is self-inflicted. You chose these guys, and you let them blow your back out and realign your spine like their dad was a chiropractor. So therefore, I don't feel bad for you when you've made the decision to let a bad guy ruin your life.
There's a breakup.
I'm not following you.
Okay, well, hold on.
I got this question. Number one, men have really high, like, testosterone or whatever, going on in there, blah, blah, blah. So do women, whatever.
Stupid.
But the thing is, men are less mature than women until
Still
the
hit.
age of 24, 25. Yeah, and it's a proven fact.
Oh,
you can
hit.
look it on the internet. And I think that is because women are sometimes they want to have fun, and that's okay. If they want to go like do whatever, like
stupid,
that's okay. But like a guy, like he's gonna be like, oh, like like she wants to have sex because like it's a guy, and they're gonna want to do that because their maturity.
Finish her. Three brain cells fighting for second place. Good Lord, that was a tough listen there. How drunk are you? All right, here we go. Big back of the day. Y'all know I love these, man.
Big back, big
I
back.
love these, dude. My coffee of the day.
Ooh, that sugar.
Here we go. Okay, all right. Y'all know I already cooked these people when you're shooting this in 1080, 1920, which is the aspect ratio here, and you pretty much take up the whole screen. I'm already going to cook y'all. All right, here we go. I'm going to fry this lady. Drizzle, Smuckers. Yeah, caramel. Definitely need that. Get that. And that is like a 40-ounce cup. All right, here we go. Booty going to have the run's going to have a jetpack in that butthole by the end of that. Good Lord. All right. No, extra caramel. Yeah. Think that drink's going to taste like caramel at all? Doubt it. All right, here we go. What was that? Instant coffee. This is that prison coffee, brother. You couldn't even brew it? You just put the grounds in there? You couldn't even brew that? Classic roast, great value. Good Lord, I bet that tastes like burnt heron Indian food. Good Lord. I bet that tastes like a skidded tire. You know what I'm saying? I bet that tastes like tar and peanut butter. It cannot be good. Still got the music going. Okay, so I'll keep this. All right, here we go. All right, what do we got here, Rebecca? You're going to pour that in after you've moved it. Okay, we'll put this in 1.25 speed. Okay, here we go. Jesus Lord. Okay, more sugar. That's a lot of creamer. All right, what do we got next? What are we doing? Like some cold foam, whipped cream, more creamer. Are you just going to sip on that? What are we doing with that? Is that whipping cream in the creamer? Oh my God, that is some big back activities.
Big back.
Oh, you're okay. So you're gonna do like a little soft top with that. She whipped that up. Jesus. God sees you. Yeah, he does, baby girl. She's got the magnet. God sees you being that.
You really are a fat bastard.
God is seeing you, and I am judging you. That is a more caramel. Boy, she goes sugar-free. Boy. Sugar-free, like that's gonna matter, dude. It's all synthetic garbage. Artificially flavored syrup. Garbage for you, bro. Heavy whipping cream. Jesus. I want to see her take a sip. Yeah, get in there.
Yummy. Yeah, that is it right there.
So let me put you guys on something. Okay, so there's an app called Yuka. I have no affiliation with these guys, so, you know, do with it as you will, brother. But what's cool about this is you can, so it gives you like food recommendation. Oh, here, let's see if I can go to Rex here. Can you guys see this okay? Recommendations. So basically you can scan. So like you can use this and it'll scan a QR code and it'll give you a score to say, hey, this is good. Hey, this is bad. I highly recommend when you're going to the store next time and you're buying some stuff at the grocery store, scan what you're buying and see what the score is. If the score is garbage, don't buy it. Don't buy it. If the score is good, buy it. And what's cool is it'll give you recommendations of stuff that's actually good. So if that one's bad, like let's say you want to buy something and it's not good, it'll say, hey, but this one's actually really good. So, all right, she said the quiet part out loud.
I'd prefer like physically abusive.
Do you have a good
Jesus
relationship with your parents?
Yeah, I do.
Are they together?
No. Both remarried.
How
Hey Google, show me the relationship with her father.
old were you when your parents got divorced?
I think I was 10.
No.
There's a couple things I look for in women. Number one is intelligence, because if she doesn't have that, she's mine.
Gotcha, bitch.
Number two is, where's her father at? If he's not in her life, she's mine.
All right, that's Michael's type. That is Michael's type. Michael would prefer if you didn't talk to your dad too much, though.
I'm actually pretty close to my dad.
Are you okay with that, Michael?
Let's throw the football.
But he wasn't like a great dad, but we're close.
Michael.
That's good. The bar's low.
Love that about you.
How do you like to be abusive? Like in what form?
Verbally.
I think I'd prefer like physically abusive.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You mean sexually?
No.
Perfect.
No,
No,
just
not
like
even sexually.
violent.
So you don't mean being choked,
wow.
you mean him actually hurting you?
Yeah.
Like spanking?
No, like
You want to be choked?
I don't want to be, but if you had to pick a format of abuse, I think I would choose physical, just because it sounds more fun.
It turns you on.
Poor girl.
No, it doesn't. It just like I like
It
violence.
does turn around. She's capping. This is the world we've come to, where women are admitting now that they want the abuse. You can't make this stuff up, bro. The stories write themselves, chat. The stories write themselves. They really do. You can't make it up. Loki, free. Sit. Shake. Good boy. Wait. Can we get some freeze in the chat? Loki, free. Go to your place. Good boy. Man, oh man. That is crazy. I want him to be physically abusive. What in the actual is going on, bro? What kind of world are we living in, chat, where women are admitting now that they want men to be physically abusive? I can't believe it. If you guys haven't subscribed, man, I'd really appreciate it if you do. We had a record-breaking day yesterday, so I want to say shout out to you guys. 574 subs in a day. So I want to get that not subscribed to at least 50%. So let's do our best. Trying to hit 340,000 subscribers by the end of the month. I think we're like 2,000 away. Trying to hit 400K by the end of the year. So I appreciate you guys if you haven't subscribed, and I appreciate you guys if you have subscribed. I really do. Ain't that right, Lokes? Don't you love that so much?
Won't they do?
But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It was good to have you guys out, man. Until next time, peace.
Okay, here it is. It's starting, finally.
Well, good afternoon. I'm honored to stand right here today alongside one of America's finest, Admiral Brad Cooper, commander of U.S. Central Command. We just had a chance to spend a couple of hours together, better part of 2 hours, going through the entirety of this operation, Operation Epic Fury. And Admiral, I want to thank you for everything you do and your incredible leadership.
When I'm in New York, one of my absolute favorite things to eat is the perfect bacon, egg, and cheese.
So this hack involves turning rice paper into bacon, egg, and cheese. And it's fairly simple, so we dip 3 pieces of rice paper into eggs, scramble the remainder, put on top with some bacon and mozzarella, roll it up into a loose burrito, and then swirl it into a rasengan. Season with everything. Seasoning, everything I have in the house is salt and pepper. And we'll bake it at 400 for 20 minutes, and let's see if this bacon, egg, and cheese is cool or not. Cross section looking pretty good, but why does it have a greenish hue in the middle? Rice paper stacked up together does remind me of a bagel, but I think the egg sulfur smell is a little too strong. Like when my roommate eats too much protein powder and starts farting in the elevator. Overall, I'll give it a 7. It's cool, but I don't think I'll do it again. Alright, thank you.
Why in the world would you have this dead Big Mac?
Well, I don't want a live Big Mac.
It looks like a flip-flop.
Well, flip-flops are 0 calories, so yeah.
When you could have this homemade masterpiece for less calories, more protein, and it only takes 15 minutes to make.
You had me at flip-flop. Let's do this.
All you need to do for your sauce...
Fucking hell, you're enjoying that.
...is add some ketchup.
Ketchup.
Mustard.
American mustard.
Light mayo.
I've got lighter than light mayo. Hope that's alright.
Pickle juice.
Assuming you mean gherkin juice.
And diced pickle.
Diced gherkins? Aren't we missing onions? Do Big Macs have onions? Google said yes. I'm chucking them in.
Yeah. Then give it a stir. Create 2 meatballs.
I have 2 balls.
Try to spread them out as much as possible.
I bought a burger press because I'm a cool guy.
To account for the shrinkage whilst being cooked.
Yeah.
Is shrinkage a real word?
I think so. Let's test it out. If you want help losing fat and building muscle over the next 23 days, comment the word shrinkage. And I'll send you a free guide that shows you exactly how to do it. They're fairly flat, just like your ass.
Season with salt, garlic powder, and then fry it on a high heat.
Salt, garlic powder. Get on there, you rascal.
And once you flip them, add a slice of cheese to each patty.
Tuck that cheese on.
Finish off by toasting your buns.
Thanks, but my buns were already hot enough. That wasn't funny, Louis, fuck's sake.
It's time to assemble.
Assemble!
The order is bun, sauce.
Sauce?
Shredded lettuce.
Lettuce.
Onions.
Oh, you did do onions. My bad.
And then repeat.
Beef. Bun. Sauce. With onion. Second beef.
But this time, topped with pickles.
Gherkins. Well, a little bit of sauce left, so I'm just going to chuck it back on top. I'm a bit of a gangster like that. Man, it's fucking huge. That's what she said.
Does anyone want that? Because it's going in the bin.
I'll take it, but first I'm going to try this one. Okay, hang on. I've made a lot of homemade burgers, but that was fucking beautiful. I think I've got a new favourite recipe. Well done, big man. Oh my god.
Why in the world would you have this dead Big Mac?
Your small drink.
I'd like to pay for the guy's meal behind me, too. You know, just pay it forward.
Wow, that's really nice of you.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe it'll catch on.
All right, well, you have a great day, sir.
Stop! 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 Please let me go! Please let me go first! I'm doing something!
Hi, can I take your order?
55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies, 55 cokes, 100 tater tots, 100 pizzas, 100 tenders, 100 meatballs, 100 coffees, 55 wings, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pasta, 55 peppers, and 155 taters.
Okay, that'll be $680.
Okay. Shit, 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 shit. Hey!
Hey, come on, what the hell's going on up there?
Not paying it. You have to! The guy did it for you! You're the guy! Oh, just do it, you're rich! What?
What the hell's going on up there?
This guy's trying to start a pay-it-forward chain.
55 burgers.
Ah, shit!
Your small drink.
I'd like to pay.
What may I get for you?
Yeah.
1278.
Wait, what happened?
1278.
I ain't even ordered yet, big bro.
1278. Pull to the window.
Well, let me get a double Western bacon cheese.
Yes. The double Western bacon cheeseburger, extra barbecue sauce with 3 tenders, 2 ranch, and 2 barbecue sauces. Why did you playing Trout, Demetrius, Jefferson, Lopez?
Well, damn, baby. I ain't know it was me.
You the only that come to my drive-thru set. You're at 2:55 p.m. And I can smell that cheap-ass roast cologne.
Hey, you good, baby. You need a raise. But, yeah, let me get that in a chocolate shake. Yeah, let me get a chocolate shake. You know I wanted a chocolate shake since you know everything? Yeah, let me add a chocolate shake.
What might I get for you?
Yeah.
1278.
Wait, what happened?
1278.
I ain't even ordered yet, big bro.
1278. Pull to the window.
Well, let me get a double Western bacon cheese.
Yes.
Imagine being so bold that you interrupt a Grand Slam champion from the stands and somehow end up stepping onto the court yourself. That's exactly what happened during Wimbledon in London, when a tennis fan in the crowd simply couldn't stay quiet. Point after point, he kept shouting advice at the former world #1, telling her what she should have done, how she should have hit the ball, where she should have placed her serve. At first, Kim tried to ignore it, but eventually, she'd had enough. She turned toward the stands and fired back. If you're so smart, why don't you come down here and show us what you can do? The entire stadium erupted in laughter. Most people would have immediately sunk into their seats, but not this guy. Instead of hiding, he actually stood up and walked down toward the court. The crowd couldn't believe what they were seeing, but then another problem surfaced. At that stadium, there's a strict rule. You're only allowed to play dressed entirely in white. The audience thought that was the end of it. Surely security would send him back, but Kleisters had other plans. She handed him an extra white skirt and a spare shirt, and just like that, in front of a packed arena at a legendary tournament, a random fan was pulling on women's tennis gear, preparing to return a serve from a Grand Slam champion. People were crying with laughter. Phones were out everywhere. The moment felt completely surreal, and somehow he even managed to return her serve, a moment tennis will never forget. Imagine being so bold that you interrupt a Grand Slam champion from the stands and somehow end up stepping onto the court yourself. That's exactly what happened during Wimbledon in London, when a tennis fan in the crowd simply couldn't stay quiet. Point after point, he kept shouting advice at the former world #1, telling her what she should have done, how she should have hit the ball, where she should have placed her serve. At first, Kim tried to ignore it, but eventually, she'd had enough. She turned toward the stands and fired back.
I dropped a damn piece of sausage on the ground, then waited for some fucking ant to find it. It saw that big-ass chunk of sausage, got all excited, and ran the fuck off to report. While that little shit was off calling for backup, I snatched the sausage and swapped in a fucking rock. The ant squad showed the hell up only to find no sausage.
This girl found a secret way to tie your shoes in seconds, but she had the craziest realization at the end.
Introduce you to your next party trick. That's the only way I know how to tie my shoes anymore. I've been doing this since the 5th grade. It comes again. What? I was once standing in an OR hallway and I had to retie my scrub pants. Picture it's right here on my scrub pants, and I was doing that and someone was like, "What the hell just happened?" And I was like, "Oh, you mean this?" And soon they were like, "Do it again, do it again." And eventually, I obviously worked in an orthopedic hospital, so it was all men. And so all of a sudden it was just like 8 or 10 men standing around me in an OR hallway, staring at my crotch, periodically going, "Whoa!" I was doing this. It's not that, I literally tying a bow. Whoop. All right, you wanna know how? Okay, I'm gonna go slow and then I'll go step by step, okay? Pew. Pew. Wah. E. Yeah.
This girl found a secret way. way to tie your shoes in seconds.
Legs locked. Up. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 4. All right. Hit it, big boy. See what you got. All right. Your turn. All right. Now you see how I did it. Now let me see you do it like I did it. Arms out. All right. Like that. Yes. Pay attention. I told you how to do it. Now let me see you do it. 1.
Like this? This is good, right? How's my form?
Forget it, man. Don't ask me for nothing, all right?
She bit me.
What? Are you telling on her? Why are you being so psycho this morning, huh? Did she take your phone? She did, didn't she? Oh my goodness, Roxy! That's what she wants, her phone back. You had one already. That is not yours, that's hers. Yeah.
In 2022, this guy went viral after discovering that his pet tortoise hated the color black. So he decided to do a test showing a white shoe, which he ignored, but once he showed a black shoe, he attacked it. He even set up a maze of white shoes with a single black shoe at the end, and he ignored all the white shoes except for one that was gray, which he really had to think about. One comment had me cracking up saying, "C's gray, you on thin ice, pal." Eventually, he moved on, but as soon as he got to the black shoe, he once again immediately started attacking it. Apparently, dark colors can trigger a defensive reaction because they may perceive them as predators or threats. In 2022, this guy went viral after discovering that his pet tortoise hated the color black. So he decided to do a test showing a white shoe with—
What are these?
Cigarettes. People used to light the tips on fire and inhale the smoke.
The odor is very interesting. What is it? It is called a cigarette. The aroma is most pleasing. Yes. Dr. Finn says it is the result of... What are you doing? I was curious to taste it. It is not food. Dr. Finn said the tip is to be ignited and the smoke inhaled. The sensation is wonderful. I have never experienced such a flavor. I feel as if I have been standing my entire life and I just sat down. We must have more. 500 cigarettes. What are these?
Cigarettes.
In 2022, this guy went viral after discovering that his pet tortoise hated the color black. So he decided to do a test showing a white shoe, which he ignored.
How do you know you aren't killing people from our side? It's not like we have the same uniforms.
I don't know. I recognize our guys, I think.
You recognize...
Sorry.
Sorry,
what did you say?
I said that you look absolutely fabulous.
Thank
You're
you.
both
Thanks.
wonderful. I just want to come over and say hey, let you know that you are both muy hermosa. Gorgioso. Yes, grandissimo even. But I don't want anything from you. I'm not going to ask you for your phone numbers. I'm not going to ask you for your online screen names. Nothing. I'm going to walk away and leave you alone. You'll never see me ever again.
Okay.
Yes. You don't even have to respond. You'll never see me again.
Oh, wait, that was actually, I like you.
Hey.
Sure, I'm sorry. Could we actually give you our phone number?
Absolutely not.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said that you look absolutely fabulous.
Thank
You're
you.
both
Thanks.
wonderful. I just want to come over and say hey, let you know that you are both muy hermosa. Gorgioso. Yes, grandissimo even. But I don't want anything from you. I'm not going to ask you for your phone numbers. I'm not going to ask you for your online screen names. Nothing. I'm going to walk.
Excuse me, I'm out of gas and left my wallet at home. Would you lend me $20? I'll mail it back to you, I promise.
I'm sorry, but that is an obvious scam. Go find another sucker.
Is this it? From now on, I live in a world where nobody trusts anybody? No, not me. Here's $20 and my address. I trust that you'll mail me the money. I knew it!
Maybe you're right, baby. There still are some good people out there.
In your face, god of scams!
Well, I'm on another $20, but I gave them something to believe in. Suckers.
Excuse me.
So I posted this meme where I blocked out pins on a processor to improve performance, but it turns out this was actually a real thing back in the Core 2 era. Overclockers discovered you could literally hack your CPU with a piece of tape. Intel processors have tiny contact pads on the bottom that tell your motherboard how fast to run the chip. By covering specific pads with electrical tape or painting connections with conductive ink, you could trick your motherboard into thinking it had a completely different processor. The most famous example of this was the Intel Q6600. This budget quad-core normally ran at 2.4 GHz, but with a simple tape mod, you can make your motherboard think it was a 3 GHz chip. No BIOS changes and no software tweaks, just a tiny piece of tape. This was huge because it let budget builders get flagship performance for half the price. You'd buy the cheapest quad-core available, spend 5 minutes with some tape, and then you'd basically have a processor that performed like chips costing twice as much. It completely bypassed motherboards that wouldn't let you overclock normally. The drawback is that this technique required precision because one wrong move and you'd brick your processor. But when it did work, it was like finding a cheat code for hardware back then. So I posted this meme where I blocked out pins on a processor to
She wears short skirts, I wear t-shirts. She's cheer captain and I'm on the bleachers. Dreaming about the day when you wake up and find the what you're looking for. Has been here the whole time. If you can see that I'm the one who understands you, been here all along, so why can't you see? You belong with me. You belong with me.
What rhymes with orange?
Nothing.
Nothing rhymes with orange.
People say that the word orange doesn't rhyme with anything, and that kind of pisses me off because I can think of a lot of things that rhyme with orange.
What rhymes with orange?
If you're taking the word at face value and you just say orange, nothing is gonna rhyme with it exactly. If you enunciate it and you make it like more than one syllable, you could say like, I put my orange 4-inch door hinge in storage and ate porridge with George.
What rhymes with orange?
Somewhere in this universe.
What rhymes with orange?
Somewhere in this universe, there exists a gear that no one could ever turn. This is the Google Gear, an engineering marvel made up of 100 gears, each with 100 teeth, creating a staggering reduction ratio of 1 Google to 1. That's 10 to the power of 100. Each gear spins 10% slower than the one before it, meaning the final gear wouldn't even start moving until 14 billion years have passed. They say that when it finally turns, its torque could lift the entire universe. But imagine this, if you tried to manually spin the last gear to kickstart the first one, that first gear would have to rotate at the speed of light. Somewhere in this universe.
What the heck, bro? You're a little too big for that car. I get it, but you look ridiculous. Damn. What the?
Let's see, 1,400 miles. I should be back in about 30 minutes.
Huh?
Your dynamic thinking, the way you're attacking this problem set on every level. In just days of Operation Epic Fury, you and your team have delivered nothing short of devastating, precise strikes, taking out the better part of Iran's navy, making it combat ineffective, neutralizing missile sites and
I can't increase sound.
And establishing total dominance.
If you guys have another link,
flyover and seas.
I'll take it.
Our forces are executing with unmatched skill, and the mission is advancing decisively.
Great.
This is the kind of no-nonsense, results-driven warfighting that America demands.
Based.
And you're delivering it in spades. You are the man for this moment. Admiral Cooper, on behalf of the President, the Department of War, and every American watching, I want to thank you for the outstanding job you and CENTCOM are doing. Keep pressing the fight, and we are with you all the way.
Based.
A few thoughts before I hand it over to the Admiral for an update. Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this.
Uh-oh.
Which is a really bad miscalculation for the IRGC in Iran. You see, there's no shortage of American will here. We remember and honor our fallen. Those 6 that we will soon welcome at Dover, who gave everything for their country in this mission. We remember them. But we remember them by rededicating ourselves even more fervently to this mission. Our commitment to our mission objectives only increases as our advantages continue to increase.
Great.
We've got no shortage of munitions. Our stockpiles of defensive and offensive weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to. Again, our munition status only increases as our advantage increases.
So we just get more and more of them.
Our capabilities, we have only just begun to fight, and fight decisively. Having a chance to hear from Admiral Cooper.
Use the laser beam.
If you think you've seen something, just wait. The amount of combat power that's still flowing, that's still coming, that will be able to project over Iran is a multiples of what it currently is right now when you add up our capabilities and those of the Israeli Defense Force.
Shit.
And we have no shortage of authorities. The Admiral
just
knows
wait.
We have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield. The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the president and myself are maxed out. Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still.
Oh, wow.
As are those of our Israeli partners. Our munitions are full up, and our will is ironclad, which means our timeline
They're war maxing?
is ours and ours alone to control.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it takes to ensure the United States of America achieves these objectives. And as we flow more forces, and as we flow more capabilities, and as our munitions, as we're flying over the top, have even more devastating effects, we set the tempo, we set the timeline, led by the commander on the ground. Our ear is to the ground to listen to Admiral Cooper. What he needs and what he needs, he will get. We are built for this fight, and we are in it to win it. And we have the right commander in the lead. So I'll now hand it over to Admiral Brad Cooper to give you an update right here from CENTCOM. Admiral.
All right, let's see how it's going.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, and welcome to U.S. Central Command Headquarters, America's War-Fighting Headquarters. It's great to be here alongside the Secretary and representing the more than 50,000 men and women in uniform currently executing Operation Epic Fury. So, Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much for your leadership and support and the very clear
seeing if the audio is going to be better.
You've given us to allow us to use overwhelming force against the vision and objectives that you've given us to allow us to use overwhelming force against the Iranian terrorist regime. And thanks to all of you for attending today, and welcome to Tampa. We are now starting our 6th day of a historic mission to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans. We are, if I could channel my inner Navy officer, we are at full speed ahead in executing orders given by leadership in Washington.
Big deal.
The President and Secretary Hegseth have been crystal clear in their expectations, and we are at a high level of execution. As described by the Secretary and earlier this week by me, U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines.
I bet it is.
Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach.
Gravity?
A couple of examples.
Like what?
In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran.
Great.
And in just the last hour, U.S. B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers. Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command, which degrades their ability to threaten Americans. Then, if I just look back over the last 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at its start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one.
That's Iran's
drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one. Having said this, we remain vigilant. Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified. You may have heard the President say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier.
Where is
and
it
as
now?
we speak, it's on fire.
Oh!
The President
Shit.
gave us another task,
It's
to
on
raise
fire.
or level Iran's ballistic missile industrial base. So
Raise
we're not
the-
just hitting what
what?
they have, we're destroying their ability to rebuild.
Oh, my
And
God.
so as we transition to the next phase of this operation, we will systemically dismantle Iran's missile production capability for the future, and that's absolutely in progress. This is going to take some time, but our forces are well supplied, as the Secretary said, and we are absolutely ready to prosecute this mission decisively. Our combined joint forces have relentlessly destroyed Iran's air defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. I couldn't be prouder, shoulder to shoulder with our partners in the region in many cases, providing the most integrated air defense network in Middle East history. We are fighting to win. Through combined U.S. and Israeli combat power, we will continue decimating Iran's ability to project power outside its borders.
Fucking
And if I can just
Let's go.
conclude by saying a strong salute to the brave men and women who are out on the pointy edge of this, really doing exceptional work. I just couldn't be prouder, and I know the American people share in that same pride. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. And with that, we'll take a few questions. Yeah. right
Uh-oh, here we go.
Appreciate it. Admiral, I wanted to ask, or Mr. Secretary, the Ukrainian president said today that the U.S. has asked for specific capabilities to deal with Shahid drones, Iranian drones. Can you guys talk about what you asked for, and has there been any surprise?
If we asked the Ukraine military for something.
That you guys have seen in the past 6 days?
Go ahead.
We're very familiar with Iranian's capabilities, and as you might imagine, we planned for it right from the outset, and I feel good about what the plan was. Like any good organization, we adjust as necessary to meet the environment, and we've made those appropriate adjustments.
Absolutely. Right here.
Thanks, Secretary. I had two for both of you.
Рецепт за Кока-кола? Се уште немам, но затоа знам како да направиме убава боза и тоа на стар начин. Значи во претходно суво тенџере, потенцирам, претходно суво тенџере, ставаме 300 грама брашно. На средна температура, не многу висока, постојано непрекинато мешаме. Веќе можеме да забележиме дека брашното ја менува бојата. Не треба тотално да го изгориме брашното, затоа што нема да може да ни се активира квасецот. Тука веќе треба да престанеме со печење на брашното. Толку. Сега ќе додадеме шеќер и вода. Додавам 300 грама шеќер. Мешаме додека не се соедини целата смеса. Сега додавам 3 литри вода. Повторно вклучуваме. И вариме се додека не добие густина. Веќе почнува да личи на боза, нели? Вариме од прилика 5 до 6 минути. Доволно е. Вариме од прилика 5 до 6 минути. Доволно е. Нека не ве плаши тоа ако остане по некоја грудка. Нормално е. Секако после тоа оди на председување. Кога веќе забележуваме дека бозата ја менува структурата, тоа се станува погуста, тогаш е вистинско време да се престане со готвење. Вака подготвената боза ја оставаме неколку минути, чисто да се излади, но не тотално. Да биде млака, потоа за да го додадеме квасец. Сега, кога бозата е веќе млака, додаваме 5 грама квасец. Убаво промешуваме. Ја покриваме бозата, но не да ја затвориме со капак, туку само вака чисто, за да може да диши. И сега ја оставаме да ферментира 24 часа. Се гледаме утре. И еве, како треба да изгледа бозата после 24 часа ферментација. Токму баш вака. Ова не е расипано, ова е изферментирано. Сега, нормално е после долгата ферментација бозата самата по себе да се згусне. Затоа ќе додадеме ладна вода, ќе прецедиме и ќе оставиме да се излади, убаво да се излади. Потоа е спремна за конзумација. Ќе го осетите тој мирис како на пиво, тогаш е веќе готова. Сега јас првично ќе додадам уште половина литар вода со цел да ја разблажиме бозата. Мислам дека не е доволно. Ќе треба уште половина литар. Зависно од тоа колку сакате да биде густа. Ајде да додадеме уште половина литар вода. Ќе додадам уште половина литар вода. Мислам дека сега ќе биде доволно. Да. Со помош на оваа цедалка ја прецедуваме бозата. И потоа нормално оди на ладење. Со самото ладење на бозата, на тој начин го пресечуваме ферментирањето, така да нема повеќе да ферментира. Одиме на ладење. Тука ни е веќе претходно изладената боза. Ја стави во шише, нели за побава. Слушнете го овој звук. Тоа е тоа. На здравје, драги мои.
American pilot shot down today in Iraq, and two, I've heard reports that there's enriched uranium stored in Isfahan. I've also heard reports that there's not a lot of bombing there. Is that on purpose? Do we believe there's enriched uranium there, and would we ever send special forces to secure it?
As CENTCOM pointed out, that those reports of an F-15 being shot down are false. As you can imagine, Iran is doing everything it can to peddle in lies, deception, and inflation of numbers in reality, mostly to propagandize to their own people, right? They don't.
Things in Japan you can't find anywhere else. First, Domino's Pizza in Japan offers a special menu item called Volcano Pizza. It's a cheesy volcano in the center, perfect for dipping your slices for extra flavor. Next, many restaurants in Japan use 3D printing to display their dishes. Instead of relying on menu pictures, you can see a detailed 3D model of your meal before ordering. And lastly, you can find smoothie spots that let you create your own blend from a wide selection of fresh fruits. Instead of pre-made options, they blend your custom mix on the spot. 3 things in Japan you can't find anywhere else. First, Domino's Pizza in Japan offers a special menu item called Volcano Pizza. It's a cheesy volcano in the center.
These guys are hard workers. How much you pay?
3 things in Japan you can't find anywhere else. First, Domino's Pizza in Japan offers a special menu item called Volcano Pizza. It's a cheesy volcano in the center, perfect for dipping your slices for extra flavor.
These guys are hard workers. How much you pay these guys?
I start.
3 things.
These guys are hard workers. How much you pay these guys?
I start them off at $20 an hour. Some of these guys have been with me for 5 years, so they've worked up to 25, and in some cases, some events, I pay them up to $30 an hour, plus tips. The thing is I tell people that I start them at 20 an hour, and they say, you're paying them too much. They don't understand my business. See, I personally can do 2 a minute. If I can do 2 a minute at $5 a pop, it's $10 a minute. That's $600 an hour. With these guys, we can get 4, 5, 6 a minute. That's $1,300 an hour. So is it worth it for me to have these guys here? Absolutely.
These guys are hard workers. How much you pay these guys?
I start them off at $20 an hour. Some of these guys have been with me for 5 years, so they've worked up to 25.
Hello.
Hey, did you get the call?
What call?
At school, it's canceled.
Dawson's school's canceled?
Yeah, it's snow day tomorrow.
All right, I'll let him know. Thanks. Dawson! Do you want to go to school tomorrow?
No.
I will let you skip school tomorrow.
Actually?
If you clean the house in the morning.
I will do it the second I wake up. It will be spotless.
Just open and enjoy. This product is the only vessel that allows you to have premium wine by the glass.
How much are you willing to sell me for $600,000?
20%.
Not enough.
I understand business. I understand numbers. I've run the numbers.
I'll buy 51% of it for $600,000. I'll take control of that. I'll worry about your darkest fear of not making any money. I'll still sleep at night, don't worry. And then you can run the brand, you can run the bottling, but I will license this to them. But every time that happens, you'll be getting 49% of what I bring home every month.
So the answer is no.
Well, then counter me. What do you want for 51%?
$3 million.
Forget it. Not a chance.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
Thank you, guys.
Guy needed me to get focused on what really
You
mattered.
could have made, look, you could have made money on that side of it, but he had a grand slam and he didn't know it.
I forget who he is. I don't care now. It's over. He's a dead man walking.
Right.
Just another deal.
Just open and enjoy.
Did you say you killed 2 people or something like that? Okay, how old are you?
17.
Where's your parents at?
So this UFC fighter thought he was smart and decided to cheat during his weigh-in. The goal was to reach a maximum weight of 125 pounds, but he was 4 pounds over that weight and somehow had to lose it quickly. So he came up with a genius way to outsmart everyone by stepping on a scale while pushing down on a towel with his elbow. And at first, his plan actually worked. The scale read 122 pounds, but something felt off to the officials. So they told him to get back on the scale, but this time without the towel. It turned out he was using the towel to support some of his weight, and the scale ended up reading 129 pounds. So this UFC fighter thought he was smart and decided to cheat during his weigh-in. The goal was to reach a maximum weight of 125 pounds, but he was 4 pounds over that weight and somehow had to lose it quickly. So he came up with a genius way to outsmart everyone by stepping on a scale while pushing down on a towel with his elbow. And at first, his plan actually worked. The scale read 122 pounds.
Good. How you doing? You know what that is?
A beta Magic the Gathering starter deck?
Yes.
That's always the gamble with these decks, chum, is that...
The man wanted his computer to run...
Good, how you doing?
And 45 commons. If I were you, chum, you know, I think the best bet here is buying it to open it, and that way you have a guarantee when you open it that if it's fake, you don't buy it.
What do you think? Would you take 23?
To be honest, online I bought it for 30,000.
Well, how about this? I'll give you 25,000 for it. I'll take all the risk. If there's a Black Lotus in there, I will split it with you.
Since I get to see the cards that are inside of it too, I'll upset that.
Well, once we pop the plastic, there's no going back. Okay, so we got our 2 rares right here. So there's one there, one here.
Same time.
Same time. Let's see. 2 at a time. Oh, recall! Oh my God, power 9. Oh wow. This card is going to make you a lot of money, chum. It would be worth probably $150,000.
Hallelujah.
Congratulations. Good, how you doing? You know what that is?
A beta Magic the Gathering starter deck?
Yes.
That's always the gamble with these decks, chum, is that it's randomized. So you get 60 cards random, you get 2 rares, 13 uncommons, and then 45 commons. If I were you, chum, you know, I think the best bet here is buying it to open it, and that way you have a guarantee when you open it.
The man wanted his computer to run faster, so he actually submerged the entire system unit in liquid. Surprisingly, it didn't short circuit. In fact, it ran even more smoothly. But that liquid wasn't water. It was a special coolant called electronic fluorinated liquid. Although it looks crystal clear, it is completely non-conductive. Even if the motherboard and graphics card are fully immersed, the system can still operate stably. The bubbles constantly rising in the liquid make it look like boiling water, but the temperature is actually only around 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. That's because the boiling point of the fluorinated liquid is very low. Once the computer's temperature goes beyond that threshold, the liquid rapidly vaporizes, carrying heat away. Although this cooling system is 20 times more efficient than regular air cooling, however, it's not something everyone can afford. Just a small bottle of fluorinated liquid costs several $100s, so the man wanted his computer to run faster, so he actually submerged the entire system unit in liquid. Surprisingly, it didn't short circuit. In fact, it ran even more smoothly. But that liquid wasn't water. It was a special coolant called